der ist wirklich noch überhaupt nicht gekommen. Hier kommt jetzt gerade ein Auto, könnte Carlsen sein. Okay. Ich hoffe, er kommt jetzt. Ja, ist aber. Ist richtig. Ja, ich sehe ihn.
I have one question for you.
Yes.
Can you spell Jan Nepomniachtchi?
More or less. I'm not gonna do it now. I don't have time.
Fair. We're working on getting you guys into
Oh, okay.
as soon as possible. We'll bring it here.
Yeah. I think I'll be fine.
Okay.
Jeg tenker vi kan bare gi det til resepsjonen, og så kan de legge det i spillerommet. Ja.
Thank you, Magnus. Is it okay like this?
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Ja, så bare dere må bli med inn til. Nei, det kan jeg ikke si. Altså, jeg er jo litt rusten. Men jeg slår jo ballen langt, så det er jeg fornøyd med.
Ja, det er bra.
Altså, mine beste slag er veldig mye bedre enn de var før.
Ja, ikke sant?
Så det er positivt.
Magnus, hva må man gjøre spesifikt for å slå Fabian Caruana?
Jeg vet ikke. Altså, jeg har kjent siden i går kveld. Jeg tror det er mange som er litt sånn småsyke her, og jeg kjenner på det selv også. Så jeg bare prøver å overleve i dag, egentlig.
Det at du var sliten i går og følte deg litt utenfor, tror du det henger sammen med at du begynner å bli syk?
Nei, egentlig ikke. Jeg vet ikke. Men nå, ja, Ella har blitt egentlig en del sykere enn meg, og mange andre som er det. Så det er et eller annet som går, men jeg vet ikke. Noen ganger så er det ting som liksom angriper, og så setter det seg ikke helt. Men jeg kjenner at formen er ikke ideell, men noen ganger så klarer man da å mobilisere litt, så det er det jeg prøver på nå.
Det er ikke så veldig mange av de som sitter hjemme og ser på som er erfaring med å være en toppsjakkspiller. Altså når man er litt syk og man prøver å fokusere, hvordan er det å påvirke direkte?
Kan ich zum Security Check? Was soll ich machen?
Eller er det andre ting?
Altså, først og fremst så er det liksom, det er vanskelig å gjøre de enkle tingene rett og slett. Altså, det går litt treigere. Du ser ikke på en måte enkle taktiks og så lett også. Så det er egentlig mest det går på. Man blir ikke nødvendigvis mindre kreativ, så det er jo fint for åpningen, men det er lett å bare miste at det er enkelt taktisk.
Har Caruana noen store svakheter?
Ja, altså Caruana er veldig god til å regne, god strategisk, men han kan miste tråden litt noen ganger. Altså, noen ganger velger feil plan, og fordi han ikke spiller så mye på intuisjon.
Tusen takk. Jeg skal ta ett på engelsk, så er vi ferdig der.
Yeah.
Magnus, you're feeling a little under weather today. How do you think that's going to affect your play?
Hopefully I'll be fine. I think a lot of people here are now, for some reason, have caught something. But I'll just try and mobilize as best as I can. And take it from there. I think generally, like, it's better to play classical than rapid or blitz when you're not feeling that great. 'Cause at the very least, you have some time to think.
Good luck today.
Thank you. Jeg følte meg helt fin til jeg på en måte kom hjem og så sove. Jeg
tror det er influensaen, fordi jeg har hatt den.
Ja, du har hatt den.
Og jeg har ikke fått antydning nå. Alle rundt meg har blitt syke.
Ja. Nei, det er som jeg føler ja. Det er som alle som gikk på fotball og ja. I don't know.
Lykke til.
Jo, takk.
Okay, just one more final scan here.
We're going to start in 1 minute, so if there's any players in the same house who haven't taken
Ja, können wir machen.
Yes, D5 at least.
I turned down because knight g6 and d5 bishop c5, so but you should have done d5 h4 already. I wanted to keep things going.
Yeah, I'll show you my takings.
No, I mean,
I thought that you would do that with Paris.
I wanted to.
Hello and welcome to the Paris leg of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. My name is Fiona Stahl-Anthony and I'm delighted to be your host today. It's already day one of the semi-finals. We will see the two matches, Carlsen against Caruana and Nakamura against Keimer. Before we get to that, let's take a look at the highlights from yesterday.
At the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, it's not just about the moves on the board. Many players are supported by those they trust most. Behind every great performance, there's someone who believes in them, just like Vincent Keimer and his longtime coach, Peter Lecco.
Well, I also would like to say that Vincent is not only my student and not only his trainer. I really feel like we have a relationship like we are family. Yes, so of course I'm rooting for him. I'm going crazy if I see that things are going in the wrong direction. I'm very happy deep inside me when things go well.
For Vincent, this connection goes far beyond chess strategy. It's about growing together every step of the way.
It's always important to have a good personal connection with the trainer, which we had, and yeah, by now it's around 7.5 years that we've worked together, which basically means that nearly, pretty much every step in my professional chess career has been accompanied by him.
And when it comes together, talent, preparation and heart, emotions can no longer be held back.
And it was not just because he has won, the way how he has won, with this incredible power performance. That's why I couldn't remain in the studio commentating. I asked my fellow commentators, please, can I run? And Judith and Nicholas said, yeah, go. And then I was running and I was hugging Vincent. That was a very emotional moment.
On the second day of quarterfinals, the game between Vincent Keimer and Jan Nepomniachtchi ended in a tie, leading them to playoffs. Keimer managed to win one game, while the other ended in a draw, enough to secure his spot in the semi-finals.
Of course, the position has been drawn for a long time, but when all you need is that draw, you're still very nervous. I'm just very relieved that I finally managed to hold the game.
The match between Magnus Carlsen and Nodbek Abdusattorov also ended in a draw. With his win on the previous day, Magnus advanced to the next round.
2 days in a row, I felt so clueless, not figuring it out at all. And then when we get to like a faster phase, then I actually like, well, so I think he did a fantastic job today, putting a lot of pressure on me. I don't know how, but somehow I escaped.
Meanwhile, both Fabiana Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura won their matches and joined the semi-finals lineup. Stay tuned.
So those were the highlights from yesterday. Before we get to the draw of today's position, I would just like to remind the players that we encourage you, if you'd like to use the confession move, which is right there in the corner. And now to draw today's position, I would like to welcome to the stage, give him a warm round of applause, Tobias Bosch.
Where are we going? Knight G6 and no castles.
G4, and G3. But anyway, can be help, so maybe even after bigger, after castle.
Okay. What's up, Queen C2? You want to go F? G4,
should we check C5?
In the castle, it's G6.
Okay, let's check here because it's very concrete. Okay, we can start it.
Yeah. But also, white just does something else, like C. Just protect H2 and then go D4 on the next one.
Yeah.
Maybe we shouldn't play with C5. We should try to get C6 D4.
Yeah, I think we should play C6.
Yeah, but we have to find the first. Yeah,
C6.
Yeah, maybe C6.
I'm still not entirely
Yeah,
aware.
but this is the issue.
Really, yeah? I didn't feel so weird.
And this is really weird.
4 is also
It's not particularly great either.
Yeah, I mean, I'll play f3 and some version immediately.
Okay. It's for bishop g6, then, yeah.
Take bishop g3, take.
Knight f7.
Knight
f7, e6, knight e7. Yeah, I mean, you're pressing, of course, but you can knight e5. This also this one. I mean,
black castles? What's the plan? So sure about that? White castles? Not so sure.
Just worried like 95 comes.
No, I mean, I understand.
Which one's the party? I think sure they have. Probably 6.
No, I'm wondering if this is actually. Yeah, with some g4, h5.
No, e4 is also good. So d5 you want c5. What do you want to do? Because I go d5.
d5, probably bishop b4.
Okay, maybe knight g6. d4. Question is, knight g3, knight g6, because why? Anyway, the knight goes there, right?
Okay, knight g6.
Can you go c5 from maybe?
c5.
b6?
I think b6.
b4, a5.
Before a5.
b4, a5, no problem.
And b6, d4. I should. It's quite good here. In a way, because.
But I just want to say, what's the advantage of d5? Like, just.
Okay.
I mean.
Knight.
But then we could sort of.
Yeah, this is true. Yeah.
Oh, c5, e5 in this version. Like, black's knights look pretty good for this.
Youngs.
Maybe.
Before e5, yeah, I think we.
No, 93.
We can't hold. We can't hold the group. 93, so if let's say we take with the pawn, we take with the knight, yeah. How knight is this?
Yeah. This should be good. It should be good for white.
Sound better. I mean, this is like very good.
This is pleasant. This is pleasant for white. No, I think this is pleasant.
Ich kann ihn mal umstellen, morgen oder später. Ja, kriegen wir hin.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm your host, International Master Alex Banza. Today, we are gonna be going over the first semi-final of the freestyle. So, Fabi playing against Magnus. We can see Fabi in his chair after a pretty convincing win against MVL yesterday. And give me a second. We can see the players. Handshake. Ready for the battle. Yeah. Let me just try to take care of the layout real quick. So this is gonna be their board. Let me position the clocks. Okay. Handshake. Start of the game. Semi-final. Fabi opens with c4. Let's go. I'm so excited. It is such an honor to be doing commentary on this game. So, very happy to have you guys in the chat as well. Let's go, Fabi. Let's see. Nice debut with the white pieces. Okay, let me just refine the details of the clock. And this is pretty good. This is pretty good. I think we can stick with this scene. Also, by the way, should we add the accuracy? Because yesterday we had something similar. Like you can see here at the Hikaru game. Let me know in the chat. Do you guys prefer the accuracy layout or without accuracy? I know you guys like these numbers. Considering to throw it in. Copyrighted layout, yes. Indeed. 11% is really harsh. Okay, we have an answer for without. Without. Okay, we're gonna stick with without. Oh my goodness, so many of you don't want it. I thought it was a genius idea. Also, let me minimize myself. I don't wanna interfere with Magnus's brilliancy. I need to give him space. All right, this is pretty good, and I gotta say, Fabi made his move rather quickly, very quickly. Ideally, even without eval bar. Oh, you missed the first days. I tried. I really tried my best, but didn't stand a chance against the mighty chatters. They were really threatening me with pitchforks. I've heard complaints that they might show up at my doorstep if I'm not throwing in the eval bar. So, for my personal safety and the safety of my job, we have to keep the eval bar for now. I'm trying to position myself somehow that I'm not interfering with Magnus, but his hairstyle is overwhelming. Perhaps the play is to just move the commentator behind Fabi. That is a more practical approach. Fabi is consuming less space. Fabi has the white pieces, indeed. I mean, we have footage on the screen. Cannot you figure out that Fabi is on the white side? Maybe I'm asking for too much. This already feels like it's gonna be a draw. Come on, why do you say that? Was c4 the best move according to the computer? Oh wow, c4 apparently is the best move because the bishop is threatening to take the pawn. And Magnus can either mirror. Oh my god, this is such a funny position. Guys, you don't realize this, but you can castle on the first move. You can go short castle. That would be protecting the h7 pawn. That would be hilarious. I'm predicting that Magnus will play it. Let's see. This is ridiculous. Chess 960. Castling is possible. Wow. Also, let me have a layout of the main broadcast. Oh man, it's really a pity that we don't have the heart rate monitors. That's what the stream is missing. Otherwise, it would have been perfect, but hey. The main broadcast needs to keep something to draw the attention, right? They need to keep that special little sauce for themselves. They gave us cameras. We will be taking the cameras. Cannot complain, really. We're here to enjoy a big match. Fabiano Caruana against Magnus Carlsen. Arguably, two of the greatest players in the history of chess. We are spoiled today to see these players in action. About to be a great match. Can Fabi play queen c2 after castle? Indeed, there is a well-spotted opportunity to create a battery. It's just that black can use either the knight or the pawn to block the attack. So it wouldn't be winning so quickly. But it's a possible move. Quick play by Fabi. Should we have a quick look on the overall pairings? Let's try to set up the scenes. So because the action is rather slow at the beginning, I'll have to ask you guys to bear with me. Oh, Magnus, knight g6. Bro, how can you not castle on the first move, even if it's bad? Castling would have been such a hilarious move. Maybe he didn't realize castling is possible. Myself included. I missed it. I just saw the computer recommends castling. Otherwise, I wouldn't have realized that it's a legal move. Because in what kind of game can you castle on the first move? I guess this is only possible if the king and the rook are on opposite positions. So it was possible also if rook would have been on c8, king on d8. You can do a little vroop and castle on the first move. Okay. Yes, as I was saying, you guys will have to bear with me. Let's just quickly fix the other scenes. So, okay, here we see gamer game. I will get rid of the accuracy thing now that you guys complained. I'm an open-minded streamer. Okay, I listen to what you guys want. Problem fixed. This is Vincent game. c4, knight g6 on their board. No, I haven't switched board. It's same board. Let me just fix the layouts. We don't have this camera apparently. Why don't we have camera number 3? Unclear reasons. We do have Nepo and the other boards, more or less. Nobody in the chairs, nobody in confessional. Here is the gimbal, but let me stick with this. I will just quickly fix position of the board and the clocks, and then everything will be very smooth. So guys, please bear with me for a minute. Go get yourself a coffee. If you don't like coffee for the caffeine, maybe try out decaf instant coffee. Nowadays, I actually love to have a decaf and study some chess during the night. So still get that coffee feeling, but can also go to sleep. It's a pretty nice vibe. Okay, this one is fixed. Here we'll have to add the board, so bear with me for a second. Here is the board. Okay, let me add clocks. Okay. Are puzzles a good way to get better at 960? Yes. Puzzles are good in general. I'd imagine even more important for 960. But there's a catch to that, which I will explain if you give me a minute. Okay, I will position myself there as well. Behind the Nodi. I want to line up with the H1 square, with H8. Very nice. And for the last one, Prague against Ricci. Clock has to go there. And now, the final piece of the puzzle. Your dear commentator. I think I have to place myself behind Prague in this one to be space efficient. Okay. Board's gotta be like that. Okay. Nice. Vincent. Maybe just make the board a little smaller. Nah, it was fine. And back to Fabi. We have a move, c4, knight g6. Okay, let the players think. In the meantime, I wanted to mention that, well, there are many games ongoing. So we have the semifinals, Hikaru playing against Vincent. But we also have playoffs. So there is a playoff for the 5th place. Notice that Jan Nepomniachtchi is playing against Arjun. And Nodi is facing MVL. While in the last bracket, fighting for the 9th place, there is the game between Richard Rapport and Pragnananda. So, lots of action. We will, of course, take a look at all the games. And we can see that Vidit isn't playing anymore. because he was Vidit and Gukesh are not playing. Wait, aren't they playing a match against each other? No, I think Vidit and Gukesh looks like are just not gonna be playing anymore. So let's take a look at the second game of the semifinals. We have on the screen Vincent Keimer playing against Hikaru, and Hikaru started with the same move as Fabiano, and Vincent Vincent deviated from what Magnus did. Vincent also declined the option of castling, but he goes in for the complications, inviting bishop takes on h7 because there will be bishop takes on h2. Love to see it. Vincent complicating things from move 1. Hikaru responds with knight g3 and we have knight g6 a mirror. And after pawn to d4, d5, we've got a fairly topical Slav defense. I gotta be honest, this pretty much resembles a normal game of chess, because the starting position had rook, queen on their squares, plus you can castle short quite conveniently. You can go knight g3, develop easily. This bishop can be activated with ease, and the other bishop can go to c3. So you make all those moves, you're probably gonna reach a normal position. C5 by Hikaru, taking space on the queen side. Now, usually whenever the pawn structure gets to be fixed like this, White's plan would be to focus here, because pretty nice little trick that you can use to come up with the right plan. The pawn chain is kind of whispering the side that you should be focusing on. So pawns are going that way. Yes, there will be this pawn on e3. You can draw an arrow through them. This is the side where white is attacking. Black will be trying to generate counterplay on the remaining part. So normally Hikaru would be supposed to land some sort of pawn play before b5, and ideally, if given time, you don't necessarily want to trade. It's of course a good move to soften this pawn, but okay, just to give you guys an idea, say no moves are happening, White would love to undermine the pawn chain with this very clever idea. a5 and then a6. So after the pawn takes, you don't recapture, but you take the other one. And you end up with a very strong passed pawn. You're gonna win a6, and this pawn is gonna be weak. That would be a very nice trick from a structural perspective. So in order to not get squeezed, as I mentioned, black should be playing inside the blue triangle. And this is why the computer recommends the move pawn to f6, preparing to go e5. Stepping in the center, a very natural thing to do. I very much expect Vincent to play this move. Okay, I feel like I gave you guys enough details about what we have so far. So let's go back to Fabi's position. Here we have Fabi and Magnus is thinking. Also, let me adjust the title of the stream. Feel like it's worth mentioning it's semifinals. Semifinals. Okay. Title of the stream was just updated. Now, will be interesting to see if Magnus decides to play it like Vincent did. There is, of course, always this option of going c6, d5, resembling a Slav. But he can also try to play it like a symmetrical English opening with the move c5. I have a feeling Magnus will try to step in the center. He doesn't seem to shy away from these complications, especially if we think about how he played the opening yesterday against Nodirberg. Getting into very messy territory. Although, you know, it could also be a thing based on the opponent. So, Fabi. Okay, here we have it on the board, c5. Looks like the guy talking is not a total idiot. Yeah, I wanted to say if, for instance, he played a bit more aggressive against Nodirberg, he could be safer against Fabiano, depending on how he feels and how he wants to approach this match. So far, very principled. c5, a more ambitious move than what Vincent played, if you want to call it that way. Can I give you more details about the queenside attack? Oh, you mean in the previous Slav position? It's hard to say because pieces are not placed on natural squares so that you can use the knowledge, but the idea that I explained on how the pawn play should be delivered, it's good enough. It's kind of all you need to know. Okay, just because I'm a nice guy and you guys are normal in the chat for the most part, one thing that you generally want to stay away as black is playing this b6 move. This is very common for beginners. And by the way, it's actually a great idea that I think I will take a note to explain it in my upcoming book. Because I had an idea of showcasing how on b6, b4, a5, you want to be in time to play a3. If white can connect the pawn chain like that, this is gonna be a weakness for the most part, unless, let's say, you know what you're doing. There are variations in the Queen's Gambit decline where you can do this, play bishop a6, trade it off, and you're gonna be okay. But for the most part, if you don't know what you're doing, these moves can really backfire. But here, of course, AB is problematic because white is unable to do the desired positional move. I would love to take and keep it this way, and in the long run press on this pawn. But I have a hanging rook, so that is a little problematic. And let me take a note with that idea. I need to not forget to mention it in my book. Okay, took the note. Very important. If you have an interesting idea for your work, write it down. I don't know how you do it. You should write it down because then you will forget and you're not going to be able to use it. And how it happens with a lot of ideas, pretty often in the day, they occur to you randomly. So while you're not working, for example, it's very important to take a note. Okay. C5, yes. So I would stay away from this B6 move in general because normally white can just back it up. So for that reason, you wanna focus to play on the other side. You do it with a move like E5. E5 right away looks quite interesting. I actually don't see a problem with going E5 right away. I think Vincent is quite likely to do it, but might as well be ultra ambitious. If Vincent manages to convince himself to play F6, he might as well just have a slightly more pleasant position as black. Because doesn't feel like white is in time to do E4. E4 is a bit weakening for D4 in the long run. You're not preparing to push, and bishop F7, castle E5. Yes, black is doing quite well. Yeah, crazy that this natural push by Hikaru. I think it's probably a mistake. Believe it or not, but it was mandatory to play either c5 right away or queen b3. Those moves would have led to interesting play for white. But I believe now after the natural moves, f6, c5, black has very easy game, bishop f7 castle. You just have a great Slav. Just a great Slav overall. Okay, let's go back to Magnus game, where things are about to get spicy because we do have a symmetrical English. Fabi is to play. We are quite likely to see knight b3 with a tempo because after b6, I can say hello to this rook. So you cannot do b6. You'll have to play d6. But after d6, already I can push, and Magnus already will be a bit scared because this is similar to the position he's had yesterday against Nodirberg, where the same Marozzi bind is on the horizon. Very deadly in normal chess, just as good in freestyle, it seems. Predicting knight b3. And according to the computer, Magnus will have to find the somewhat crazy bishop e5 counterattack in order to be okay. But if Fabi finds knight b3, I'd really give him as an opening winner. Let's just say it that way. Do we have any action at the playing venue? I don't think we had any confessional booth action. Maybe Magnus now is heading to the confessional. Let's keep an eye on that. Now that he left, might be a smart play to wait for him here. Come on, Magnus. Talk to us. Okay, I guess not. Guess a little bit too early for that. Okay. I'm looking at the position and I don't think you can come up with another square for the knight. The knight would just be too well placed on b3. And putting it on d3, blocking your pawns, definitely not advisable. And going for the slower route with e3, knight e2, knight c3, probably unnecessary. What is the difference between the Slav and the Caro? There are many differences. Hard to say which opening is objectively better because both are equalizing. Perhaps the Slav equalizes more comfortably if you think about the mainline variations of the Slav. Let's say you play open Slav, so you go dc4 against two knights. In the Caro, you can get a bit pressured, like if you're entering the theoretical variations, you will equalize, but you need to know really well what you're doing, 20 moves. So it's a bit risky from that regard. But I personally like them. I like Caro-Kann and Slav as a combo of openings. I wouldn't say they are really similar because they are not. But for instance, if you are playing the London system or you understand how to play the London positions, there are certainly lines, especially below 2000 Elo online, where you can get a reversed London system as black. So Slav is very easy to play if you played London before. But if you just think, oh, I played Caro-Kann, I can learn Slav easily. It's not necessarily how it works. But
before the start, because
let's see what Maxime the Frenchman has to say.
Two big ideas after c4 is bishop takes h7, obviously, but also queen b3. And we didn't really know how to answer. c5 we didn't see it's satisfying. That's what Flag decided to go for. c6 is a more solid option, but it's always tough to give space advantage, so there's a few games there. And in the end we had rejected knight g6 before because of queen b3. But then I assume Magnus thought the same thing that I did, that after knight g6, queen b3, you can actually play c5, give up the pawn on b7, knight b6, protects the rook. And the point of c5 is that white doesn't have c5 anymore to attack the knight. And yeah, I mean, it's compensation clearly suddenly for the pawn, because the queen on b7 is a bit strange. Bishop takes h2 is a threat. Also bishop e5. And now after knight g6, knight g3, c5, at least if d4 I can take, and bishop e5. So, and in the end, that's the most satisfying answer I could come up with. We'll see how it goes.
No easy pathway.
Okay. Don't think I was able to follow that since the beginning, but let's take a look at Maxime. Our boy Maxime. Quarterfinals, all rounds. Oh, this layout is so difficult to navigate. Okay, here it is. Maybe I'm just bitching for no reason. Yeah, so we don't have Maxim camera. For some reason, we don't have his... Yeah, it's okay. We will just watch from the screen. Very interesting. So this is exactly the position that Magnus and Fabi got through the exact move order, c4, knight g6, knight g3. And now I'm starting to actually understand what Maxim was referring to, because he mentioned it was difficult to navigate those positions where white has a space advantage. So for this reason, he came up with this concrete move. As we were kind of discussing it earlier, if black doesn't play this bishop e5, there is a huge danger of allowing d4. And it seems that white is able to get a very comfortable Marozzi, like say d6, d4 happens, and I just don't see how you can finish development as black. White has very easy natural moves like b3. Let me just develop in a random way. This bishop goes to c3, this pawn goes to e4. And okay, just by making random moves, white has pretty much perfect setup for Marozzi bind. You can tell it's a Marozzi bind because there are pawns on c4, e4, and there is a missing c pawn, missing d pawn for white. This is very famous pawn structure. The main reason why it is so effective is that it takes away black's central pawn breaks. So you can never go d5. Pawns are protecting, and it's going to be very hard to go for the thematic Sicilian counterplay with b5, the so-called minority attack, because not only white has an extra attacker with this pawn on c4, but whenever, let's say, you somehow try to slowly prepare it, the move a4 stops it forever. So you're just in a situation where you've got no pawn breaks, and you have to wait, and white will slowly squeeze and eventually ends up going for a pawn break. Either, okay, depending, but let's say generally you're getting squeezed on the king side. f4, f5, depends. Then some rook lift could happen. I'll have to move the knight out of the way, but I'll figure it out. Hey, welcome to the stream, Dylan. Nice to see new chatters. Bishop e5, great find by Maxim. Let's go back to Fabi. Let's check on our boy. You know what? I'm feeling a very interesting moment. So let's go to this camera, because in the game played between Nepo and Arjun, Arjun was able to find this great f6 move, and I think black should be slightly better. But see, he made the mistake. Arjun made the mistake of not playing e5. He felt like, of course, it can be done on the next move, but this gave white the opportunity of playing f4. So notice how f4 is not possible right now. Black can take, but e3 creating a frat, a positional frat of f4, which Arjun underestimated. Now, the problem is if you go e5, maybe it's still fine. It's just that f5 becomes a possibility. Perhaps it doesn't matter. Perhaps black is still okay with this, because the knight can be easily rerouted. Knight e7 is okay, but even this knight h8 I quite like. Knight is coming to f7, very harmonious. Perhaps going to g5, perhaps going to e4 on a good day. Okay, Arjun doing quite well. This is just a very natural game that you can enter as white, except it's not so great. You're losing flexibility. White's play is actually very predictable. As I explained the pawn structure a bit earlier in the stream, white has this idea, and black will just play in the center. But because of the starting position, it just feels like black's pieces are naturally on better squares. Notice how this knight is fighting for the center, the bishop also fighting for the center, while the bishop is not pressuring the queen side. This bishop would normally be on d3, this knight would normally be on c3. We have two pieces. Also, knight on g3, quite bad because it's not fighting for the center like it normally would. This knight would be on f3, pressuring e5. So we're entering a Slav position where white is having 3 misplayed pieces while black is having only... I don't really know, maybe only 1 misplaced knight. It's not clear what to do with that knight. Bishop can easily be brought in the game. Yeah, really good and fortunate draw for the black players. Okay, let's go back to Fabi. What is Fabi doing? Fabi play knight to b3? Yes, so Fabi spent actually 20 minutes on this move. But it was clearly the best. And now Magnus is thinking. This is the exact same thing that MVL had and was able to play bishop e5. Now, the computer also seizes a very interesting possibility, which is for black to play aggressively with d5. Now, the crazy part is that after d5, taking is possible, but even d4. Allowing this... so you cannot do b6, important detail. It's funny how all players can look at each other game and take inspiration. Yes, I think that's problematic. I don't think this should be allowed. But yes, it's... I mean, they're playing next to each other, so of course. c5, knight b3. And Magnus has this d5 interesting opportunity. It's a pawn sacrifice, but taking on b7, maybe you can get away with it. Although, no, typically you're not entering this as white. The computer finds a way to navigate this. Wait, can I play knight takes on c4? The problem is there are these moves that save the knight. Oh, wait, we have Hikaru interview.
In the tournament?
Well, I mean, it's hard to know because I did get winning positions in most of the games against him, and it was more probably technique, psychology, however you want to put it. But I think in general, for me, I'm curious to see how good Vincent really is. I mean, he beat Fabiano, Magnus, and Nepo. I mean, I'm both the oldest and hopefully the best at Fischer Random. I am kind of the world champion, at least last time there was such an event. So for me, it's just really exciting to play Vincent because he's obviously been the big surprise both in Wiesenhaus and here so far, and should be a good match.
I was very interested by what you said yesterday. You said you'd rather face Nepo than Vincent in classical time format here, and I guess you still stand by that, right?
I mean, I think in general, if it gets to rapid, I should be a big favorite against Vincent. At least that's my view. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I think, that's mostly based on history. Nepo has been a tremendous competitor in rapid and blitz formats. I mean, for most of his career, he's been one of the absolute best in the world. So from that standpoint, I mean, I would presume he's better on paper at least, but with Vincent, we'll see, because I have to play classical. And if I do well, hopefully it doesn't get to a tiebreaker. If it does, I mean, also I'm curious to see. So it's really just an opportunity to play against Vincent, who I don't think I've ever played him in classical chess at all, even in normal events. So just a good experience and face off against another one of the young generation.
How happy are you with your own play so far this tournament?
I think I'm relatively happy with the classical. The rapid and blitz, it's very, or I should say just the rapid portion, is very hard to judge because there are going to be a lot of ups and downs. So don't really put a lot of stock in that. But I think in the two classical games, I've been pretty good at controlling myself in the critical moments. And I think that was the difference in terms of why I beat Arjun versus losing to him.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carl.
And we had...
All right. Nice to hear some insights about that. Oh, look at this. Magnus finding the move that MVL played. Wait, is Magnus frozen? Oh, no, he was just yawning. He looked frozen for a little bit. That was funny. He looked frozen, but Fabi was moving. Bishop e5. So, Bishop e5, attacking b2. Now, the best move according to the computer remains d4, remains entering the Marozzi bind. And after knight b6, b3, it would be very critical for black to step in the center. d5, c5, knight d7, b4. Oh, we see Fabi instantly taking on g6. Also a great move. Let's go, Fabi. Bishop takes on g6 and capture towards the center immediately. Very important, guys. This move, you have no idea how many beginners game I see. People, if they have rook on f8, they always go fg, but it's often a mistake. Always go hg, even if you're missing on rook activation. Problem with a move like fg is that usually it just weakens the rest of the pawn, creates more pawn islands. hg, always standard move. You saw how quickly Magnus played it despite this being freestyle chess. The same concept applies. So, just to give you guys an example, I will... let me make a board so I can show you what I mean. This is highly important stuff. So, let's say we have a Slav that we've been discussing a bit earlier. So, something like this. Bishop d3, bishop g6, b3, castle, bishop b2, knight d7. And in this position, after takes, it is highly important you capture towards the center with the h-pawn. Because at least in 50% of the games, from my experience, beginners make this mistake. Oh, I'm just gonna get active rook. I have to activate my rook, that's how I capture. But no, the problem is that e6 becomes weak, and it may not seem to be such a big problem now, but this can easily be a losing move. And people play it all the time. Also, it comes to mind the example from the Caro-Kann. If we put the Caro-Kann on the board, let's just say some standard exchange variation. Okay, whatever, I will just make some moves. h3, bishop back, rook e1, bishop g6. Now, if you take, look at the difference of eval. You guys don't see the difference, but taking with the h-pawn is okay. Taking with the f-pawn, activating this rook is losing move. Simply because you've got backward pawn. This guy becomes much weaker. I can go knight e5 or knight g5. I have a very simple plan to just get a triple stack. Like rook e3, get queen e2, rook e1. This pawn is gonna be lost. So, for this reason, we've seen Magnus instantly take it that way. Despite not having access to open file, it is just a very standard move to keep a healthy pawn structure. So hg6. Fabi took on c5. Great move by Fabi. He's going for the best computer line. What is Fabi's accuracy so far? Fabi played 99% accuracy and played very quickly. Great start. Fabi is getting in the zone somehow. He had a tricky start, but now he's playing a lot of good moves. Do we have any action from the confession booth? Nah. Nobody in the chairs. And the gimbal remains in the same position, so. Magnus under pressure. Okay, let's go back to Vincent against Hikaru, the other semi-final. If we go back after d4, d5, Vincent castled and played pawn in the center. DE. I don't know if I really like this for Vincent. I would perhaps prefer the same Arjun Erigaisi approach with f6, e5. But e5 right away is also natural. Surprising why d takes on e5 is such a good move. I mean, the problem is, if you ignore, I'd imagine e4 can be quite tricky, restricting your bishop. Now, I'm trying to understand why is this d takes on c5 so good. I'd imagine the pawn is somehow well defended, and the plan seems to be to block your own bishop with the queen. Castle. Knight goes to b3. Oh, no. Knight goes to d3. Good move. Tempo. Protecting. Very important for Vincent. I think it's risky to play bishop f6 because of knight h5, and Hikaru is winning the bishop. Trying to keep the bishop would be very dangerous because that would allow bishop c3. And suddenly white is getting a lot of quick play. f6, maybe you can already go g4 and the rook finds itself in a perfect position. Might as well have options to castle long later on. So Hikaru got pretty lucky, I gotta say. He's feeling the dynamics. Hikaru is about to activate his pieces. Vincent now needs to play this passive move, bishop c7, but then the problem is that Vincent is running out of pawn moves. I kind of doubt you can ever play f5 just because of how much it weakens this diagonal in the long run. If you go
Recently,
f4,
when a tournament,
continue this pawn play, you're constantly under the danger of knight attacking g7, queen coming into d4. f5 is simply the type of move that you don't afford to play. So you have to stay with pawn on f6, just preventing bishop c3 ideas. But then it looks like white will have an easy push. This knight will be ultimately rerouted to d4. And Hikaru is having a great time. Wow. Okay. Let's see how, for contrast, how the Arjun Erigaisi game is going. Because Arjun had the same position, and instead of the immediate strike, he played f6, e5. So, here we have the cameras of the players. Ooh, I don't like e6. I was thinking Arjun will play aggressive. e6 gives Nepo the dream scenario. Nepo just has the extra space, and if he wants a long-term bind on the queen side, ideally white will have, let's say, knight to c3, bishop d3, play b4, b5. But somehow the computer prefers concrete play. Computer wants castle. Queen g4, f5. Take it with the knight, and then the bishop also activates this way. Will be very interesting to see if Nepo feels the dynamics and goes for f5. To me, a move like f4 feels more of like a prophylaxis, just trying to discourage black from playing in the center. But if he doubles down on the idea and plays f5, that would be really impressive. Not immediately, but in the near future. Because the main, let's say the first instinct would be to, okay, castle, yes, as he played, and then naturally the pawns are telling you to play on this side. But the pieces, don't forget about the pieces. The pieces kind of want to play here. This is interesting. So Nepo and Arjun are battling for the 5th place. We have classical chess today and tomorrow as well. The difference is that tomorrow you might also see tie breaks if the players are tied after 2 games. .97 by Arjun. Now, you wouldn't believe the crazy move that the computer suggests for Nepo. It's probably the last thing that you would play in this position. Can you guys try to take a guess? I would never play this move. It is just so risky because it's positioning your queen onto a risky square. This would be a bit much. But apparently, Queen h5, placing yourself on the same diagonal as the enemy bishop, is the best move, because if you're trying to go for any counterattacks, well, I'm gonna say hello to this pawn on h7. That would be mate. No, not king h1. King h1 is a safe move, but queen h5 just feels so risky for the queen. But you have no way to punish me. And the point is to maneuver the queen to h3. Targeting this pawn. So like if you go bishop c7, queen h3 is nice. Then putting the knight on h5 is one of the ideas. Apparently still not super convincing. But we will see. Okay. I think we can let this game alone and go back to Fabi. In the meantime, this is where we left things in the MVL game. It's worth mentioning that Fabi went for a quick bishop takes on g6, while Nodirberg played d4 instead and went for the Marozzi type of position. We see bishop c3, an ingenious pawn sacrifice, very thematic for the English opening, except the computer slightly prefers the other move order. So this is the camera of the players, and short castle would have been even a nicer way of sacrificing this pawn. It's very thematic. You give up a pawn, but then you get quick development, bishop d3, rook c1. Yes, let's go to Fabi game. We've got a special request from our moderator. We're gonna go to Fabi's game.
But
because we have also quite a lot of developments. So bishop takes on g6, knight takes on c5. This is where we left it. Magnus captures the free pawn on b2. Rook to b1 comes with a tempo. Bishop goes back to d4. And now, will Fabi bite the bullet, bite the pawn on b7? Or will he play for the positional approach? Knight to b3. It feels super scary to take on b7. But if Fabi feels confident going for that, it might be a good practical chance. He has an easy move available. Knight to b3, targeting the bishop. And then both players can castle. Fabi's got knight e4. Problem is that black will be able to strike in the center. So after takes, cd, queen d5, black is alright. Looks like Fabi has to take on b7 and try to dance. We have to dance. I'm always nervous when I have to dance, but looks like if you want to get an advantage in this position, you gotta go onto the dance floor. Will Fabi take it? He doesn't have to go super crazy in this game. We will be having another match tomorrow. So, big moment of the game. Definitely a good time to pause and think. The more I let the computer analyze this position, the more it likes taking the pawn. If it takes the pawn, it can be a plus 0-4. We can try to analyze the upcoming positions for a bit. Let's see if these complications can backfire. So for sure, Magnus is not the kind of guy to hang his queen. So he'll play queen c7. And now Fabi has only one move to not be worse, and that is to play d3, which is logical, enabling a knight move. So for this reason, Magnus can try to trap the knight. The knight looks trapped, but there is at least c5, making sure that the knight is not in trouble. But there is also a4. Similar idea. If you take the knight, I go a5, I win back the piece. Fabi takes it. Nice. Very principled play. Queen c7 by Magnus. We are about to get that position. Wow. d3 played by Fabi. Only move to not be worse. Found. Now this is a big moment. Apparently Magnus has a great move to equalize, which the computer has been underestimating. I gotta be honest, I mentioned Fabi has a small advantage. Apparently the computer changed his mind. The computer felt like bishop b6 is best move. But now Stockfish spotted that d5 can be a great chance. I don't understand how and why. Can't I just play knight a5? The idea is bishop takes on f2. You cannot take with the king because of mate in 1. Funny tactic. If you take with the bishop, then the knight remains undefended. There is cd5, queen d5. Best move is a queen trade. That's a good sign. And after rook to b3, rook b7 looks to be on the agenda. Knight d6 to stop it. Save both players' castle, and we get an interesting endgame where white seems to be having some tiny pressure. You cannot go knight b5 because of rook a5 and you're in trouble. I'm liking this for Fabi. Even the crazy lines are working in his favor. d3 on the board. D5 is hard to play. D5, not sure Magnus goes for it. I think it's more likely to see bishop to b6. Bishop to b6, and then white has to play a4. Black will try to stop a5, and then only move not to be worse is c5. If you take, white is happy with this trade. Bishop d2, castle short, queen b3. Nice little advantage. English position, pawn on a5 a bit weak. But if queen b7, cb6, knight b6, queen b3, forcing rook a6, only move not to lose. I don't know how I'm feeling about this endgame. Castle, castle, rook c1. You know what? This is a bit nice for white. If you're gonna get this, this is a risk-free position. White is slightly more active. Surely must be a draw, but white has 0 risks. If we get this position, I'm gonna be pretty happy. Okay. D3. This is the position in the board. And I think after I refresh, this is a good time for first break. I'll be going for a quick break until we see we have more moves. By the way, both players are having 99% accuracy. This is a perfect game of freestyle chess so far by two of the greatest players of all time. Again, such an honor for me to do commentary, and what a treat for us to see these guys at work. On that high note, quick break, and I'll be right back in 5 minutes. Magnus isn't moving. I noticed the same pattern. But we are getting the line that was predicted, and I've gotta be honest. This is pretty scary because Magnus is having 99.9 accuracy in this game. He has played perfect moves. So did Fabi, sitting at 99.5. It is important for Fabi to push pawn now. C5 or A5. Important moves. If Fabi finds C5, he will arguably, that was a difficult word. If Fabi finds C5, he will be arguably slightly better. After C5, if you take my knight, ready to push. If you play Queen C6, ready to take twice. Take with a knight. Bishop E4 and somewhat soft pawn on E7. Go knight C8, I can castle. You put the knight on D6. I have Queen B3 already. Quite unpleasant. C5, best move by Fabi. He's so good. How can he find so many good moves? Look at Fabi. Okay, Queen takes on B7. Pretty much a must from Magnus. They are about to play the line we've been looking at. This is great news for Fabi because he's about to have a risk-free position. Wow. Magnus is a good defender though. I wouldn't get really excited yet. Queen takes on B7. A5. Best move. Now these guys are out of this world. 99 accuracy for both. Probably the only game so high up. And we have Christian. Christian in the chat. Nice to see you. Wish you safe travel. I believe Christian is flying back to the US and will be taking on the stream tomorrow. I think. I'm not sure. We'll see. Fabi still a little bit sick, but at the same time playing sick moves. He's doing a great job. I have to say that personally, I would be terrified with the upcoming position that Magnus is about to get. Opposite colored bishops with passive light square bishop. Computer somewhat chilly, but practically I think practically difficult to play for black. Predicting Queen C6 move from Magnus. Although it's a critical moment, I think he might pause for a bit, so it's perhaps a good time to take a quick look on Hikaru's game. We left at quite a bit and just when it was about to spice things up. So let's have a look on on the round. This is the camera. And I gotta say, very typical good version of the Slav for white. F4, taking away E5 square. This knight is about to be rerouted. This pawn about to go B4, A4, B5. Hikaru must be loving his position. Very good opening. I'm wondering how's the Nepo situation. So we go back. Nepo had a big decision, and I was talking about it. It looked very counterintuitive. Wait, was there music? Uh-oh. No, I think we might have accidentally got the sound from a broadcast. So you have this thing when you're switching between the games, some broadcasts are automatically playing in the background. I try to close it whenever I notice, but yes, Chris. There will be no music. It just got we got sound from another stream. Thank you for noticing. You guys, by the way, you should let me know if there is anything weird with the sound. Guys, feel free to let me know in the chat. I'm counting on you. I'm just a simple streamer. I need your help when it comes to that. It was not my taste in music. It was random music. I hope. I don't think you have my music. Okay. Who messed up with these clocks? Doesn't look like a scene I would make. Who messed up with the board? Yeah, so I wanted to actually mention this because, as I said, last time we checked this position, the computer wanted to go queen h5, and I told you that is a completely ludicrous move. Nobody will put the queen under the enemy bishop. So Nepo went for the more human approach. Nepo is playing for the queenside squeeze, not for the kingside play, how Stockfish recommended. So things are about to slow down in this game, which means we can take a look on the other boards. So MVL decided to take the pawn against Nodirbek. He went in for the greedy grab. But I gotta say, Nodirbek still has an enjoyable position. Castle about to be played, Rook C1 about to be played. Quite a pleasant situation despite being down a pawn. Okay, last game that we haven't checked. Ramesh Baby against Richard Rapport. So C4, C5. This is really a unique opening. Nobody played like this today. Bishop takes. Wow, D4. What a way to break symmetry. F6, E4. Apparently not so good. Queen B6. Great find. Players are delaying to take the rook. But Looks like Richard got exactly what he wanted. He got a Marozzi with opposite colored bishops, and he will be the first one to access the open file. So Richard is doing pretty well. Okay. Okay. Do we have any developments in Fabi game? Yes, so queen to c6 as
Now white
predicted.
could play knight f2.
Yes, sorry for the sound, just Hikaru stream popping automatically. I will just close it for safety reasons. Hopefully we're not gonna get copyrighted. Queen to c6, I'm pinning, very natural. Now we will see double trade on b6, knight capture, and there is no way Fabi can ever lose this position, which is a nice thing that you can say while playing against Magnus. That's a pretty nice luxury to have. And perhaps even a risk-free push. Maybe he will get to push. Next move will be forced. Pawn trading coming. I'm just curious to see whether Fabi is gonna initiate this queen trade. So bishop b4 is a nice move, and the computer seems to like this queen c1. I don't know about queen c1. Queen to b3 feels a bit more natural, but first castle. Okay, we have moves, so I'll stop talking. Plenty of time for Fabi. Castle, keeping it flexible, keeping his options open, expecting black to do the same more or less. This might be the most accurate game in freestyle history. So far, yes. But if that remains the case, it will end in a draw. So hopefully not. Hopefully Fabi will get to break through. Golden opportunity with the white pieces. Do we have any action from outside the chessboards? Nah, nobody in conventional booth. Not in the chairs. Yes, pretty chill atmosphere today. Wait, did Magnus make a move? No, not yet. He might be about to make a move. Okay, let's try to analyze some possible moves. Say castle, bishop b4. This knight is really loose. Feel like needs to be rerouted. Say queen d2. Preparing to bring the rook. Queen d7. Sidestepping the rook attack. f6. Yeah, f6, and if let's say we try to infiltrate, rook f7, queen c7. Yeah, Magnus will be in time with this e5. I'm afraid this is a little bit too little to get some realistic pressure. I mean, alternative is to play bishop c5 and after rook f7. f4 can be a nice move to try to play for a squeeze. Making e5 less appealing because after pawn takes, black will have doubled isolated pawns. So moves like queen g5 or queen e3 become quite attractive. Which means that Magnus will have to stick with a more solid approach like pawn to e6. But at least Fabi can still improve here. Queen e3, knight e7, let's say. Rook b6, knight c6. Knight f1. Ideally, maybe we can bring this knight around. Although... Oof, black is really solid. Hard to defeat Magnus in this kind of symmetrical positions. How do you beat Magnus? I think there was a book written at some point. How to beat Magnus Carlsen. I feel like the target audience was quite restricted for that book. But if you guys know what I'm talking about, let me know the takeaway. I don't know. I think the book was something like How to Beat Magnus Carlsen, Exploring the Most Difficult Challenge in Chess. Something like that. Create an imbalance? I don't know. Okay. Now that Magnus is thinking, possession is somewhat simplified. Let's have a look into the other boards. Making sure we're not missing anything from the confession booth. And in the meantime, Hikaru is cooking. Look at Hikaru. He's cooking, but apparently not with the right recipe, because the computer does not like his queen h5 move, which is very strange. Queen h5 was suggested while we were analyzing Nepo's game, which is very similar. Except not anymore. Queen c8, great move by Keimer, forcing knight f2. Black was having bishop g4 ideas that were very annoying. And now perfect time to play b6. Great move by Vincent. Any other move would have led to pretty bad position. So after b6, Hikaru needs to be careful not to be worse. Bishop d4, only move to keep equality. Now Vincent has a comfortable choice. He can play any rook on open file because b file is about to get open. He can also take on c5. If you look time situation, Vincent slightly behind on the clock, but the worst has passed. This is a great position for black. The German fans should be quite happy. And with that, I think we can take a look onto the Nepo game. So this is Nodirberg. This is Nepo. Arjun just made a move. Let's see what it was. Arjun played pawn to a5. Wow. This is a highly positional game. b4, knight d3, a4, a5. Very interesting concept by black, saying that, okay, you are not having the typical move to push forward, because the light square bishop is attacking b5 through the c6 pawn. Little x-ray concept. And if you take, I am not going to be capturing. I know your bishop is there, but after bishop c7, black is about to take this pawn while having created an isolated pawn. However, for a strange reason, this doesn't really seem to matter, as after bishop takes, rook takes, which pawn is gonna be weaker? My pawn on a4 or your pawn on b7? White can easily protect a4 with bishop c2, while the pawn on b7 is a backward pawn. It's placed on an open file. It cannot be protected by any of the black pawns. That makes it a clear target. This means that white has a very simple plan. Bishop c2, rook b1, maximize the pressure, and these are about to start snowballing for Jan, these little advantages. Jan Nepomniachtchi looking very good both on time and also on the position. Great chance against Arjun Erigaisi. In the meantime, Maxim is struggling to find coordination. 96. Trying to get developed, but at this point, white can play f4, getting that bishop pair in an open position. That is going to be really dangerous, because if after f4 takes queen d5, rook onto the open file saying I don't care about a2, you can go ahead, take a2. It's gonna be very hard to get developed. Maybe idea to take and then bishop c4, but Nodirberg waits, plays the second best move, still keeping a large advantage. Okay, rook c1. White is doing well. And in the meantime, no developments in Richard Rapport's game. He's choosing between knight d4, rook c1, probably. He's taking his time. So Vincent Keimer played rook to e8, one of the moves we were recommending. And big update, Magnus played knight to a4. Knight to a4, a move that we didn't consider, but a great move. This is absolutely crazy game. Both players have 99.4 accuracy, both Magnus and Fabi. This is a perfect game of freestyle chess. The best line would be to go bishop b4, knight c3, bishop capture, queen trade. Black trades queens. I have a feeling Magnus will not enter this position. This would give Fabi a free roll. Okay, sure, will be hard to realistically win it, but you can play on for a while. You never know. What else can be an alternative? Can Magnus play f6? It's not really a consequent move with knight a4. It feels like as the knight gets a bit in danger. So the more I'm looking at it, the more I'm starting to believe that he is willing to play knight c3. There's no way he's interested to maneuver to c5. That would be self-pinning. The question is, What if Fabi tries to deny the knight c3 option? This will force him to play knight c5, but then the knight is getting to a good square. Yes, this is not great improvement. Looks similar to what we've seen, but tricky. What if queen c1? Queen c1 is a very natural move as well. And Fabi played bishop b4, best move. Fabi won't stop playing the best moves. The problem is that he's playing Magnus and he keeps doing the same. Must be very frustrating to play 15 best moves in a row from a completely new position and just have a microscopic advantage. I don't think it's debatable at this point. It's symmetrical, only white can play for a win. Opposite colored bishops, enemy bishop quite passive. This is the definition of an advantage for white. Knight c3, okay. We're getting there. Heading towards that position. Let me refresh so that the moves will be made automatically. Fabi has to take it. There we go. Now, will he find queen c1? Queen c1 is an important move, which puts him with a plus 0-4 advantage. And in my opinion, more importantly, quite an unpleasant endgame for Magnus, because there are a lot of pawns. What's actually very important about this endgame is that we have 5 pawns against 5. If you take the d pawns off the board, this will be an easy draw for black. But the more pawns you put, the more difficult it becomes to hold. Even in equal pawn situations or with extra pawn, same concept applies. The more pawns you have, the higher the chances for the attacking side. Okay, we have a question in the chat that I don't know how should I take it, but Keys is asking me if I prefer knight or bishop in general. Come on, how can you ask that? Bishop and knight are not equal pieces. The bishop is slightly better in a vacuum, but the knight is slightly better than a bad bishop. This is how I see it. So in a vacuum, bishop is worth 3 points in the quarter and the knight only 3. But in the position that we have on the board, we're gonna have pawns on the same color as the bishop. This makes the enemy bishop bad. So a normal knight is slightly better than a bad bishop. This is how the concept works. It's not a matter of what I prefer, it's just a matter of how chess works. You cannot, you'll never hear a player say, oh, I prefer a knight over a bishop, or it's just a worse piece. It just comes down to situational scenarios. Like, sure, I can have a knight against a bishop, but I gave you double pawns, or you have a weak pawn. That's different. It's not in a vacuum. It's not a preference. The knight is better than queen in closed game. Guys, stop coping. I've heard this in the past that people say knights are better in closed positions than the bishop. That's the biggest cope I ever heard. You will think that until you start analyzing Nimzo Indian type of positions, and sure, it's a closed game, but you don't have the bishop pair. Put in Stockfish, you see +1 advantage. Oh, why aren't my knights just better? It's a closed game. No, knights can be better only if somehow the bishop is bad. Bishops are restricted. But if it's a close position, I have bishop pair and I have pawn break available. I mean, you're getting cooked. You have no chance. You cannot live off such concepts. But it's okay. I'm writing a book on this that will make everything clear as the light of the day. We're getting that endgame. Magnus castled. It's apparently important for Fabi to play f4 or rook c7. No, I mean, it's a difficult topic. The fundamentals are very important and not so many good books out there on the fundamentals. There are a lot of books that try to talk about fundamentals, but not really, giving a comprehensive understanding. So, for example, I was checking one course the other day on Chessable about fundamentals, and it was given a position explaining how knights are better in close positions. But the position was full of weak squares, full of bad bishops and weak pawns. There were many elements in the position that had an impact, not only the fact that, okay, it's a close position and it's a knight. But okay, if you want something, I will give you that queen and knight can be better than queen and bishop if the enemy king is a bit weak. But also take this with a grain of salt. There is one game that was played 10 years ago maybe between Badur Jobava and Magnus Carlsen. Badur had queen and bishop but got simply pulverized. Is that a word? Point is, Magnus won easily with queen and bishop because the bishop was just so much more active. So, respect the bishops. Don't give them away. Super important. King f2, bishop a4. Okay, this is nice for Fabi. Advantage is starting to snowball. If he finds the easy to find move knight f1 on the board, Fabi is about to get a nice maneuver. Knight coming into f3, looking to d4. This is very good. And also nice to see that we're having a lot of people on the stream. Thank you everybody for tuning in. We're peaking at about 80 viewers. You're welcome. Join the party. Watch how Fabi applies slow and methodic pressure on Magnus Carlsen. Kasparov gave knight 2.5 points, not 3. That's interesting. I'd say it's a bit exaggerated because if you look at the position and observe the change in evaluation, I don't think it jumps so dramatically. It won't jump half a point, but it normally jumps around 0.2, 0.3. So I think Bobby Fischer was the one who gave this for first time. 3 points and 3.25. I think it's perhaps given in this book, Bobby Fischer Teaches Chess. I think he mentions that at some point, although I have to be honest, I didn't read this book. I bought it once, but I didn't manage to go over it. I just wanted to see like what are the themes. the more you let the engine sink deeper into the position, the more it will start believing in black's position. It's true that there are no real weaknesses, but you have to play a pretty passive defense. Will Magnus be able to just wait? Rook c1, best move, yes, trading a pair of rooks. He will put the bishop on e8 and he will wait. Magnus has to try to set up a fortress, but he infamously said that he doesn't believe in fortresses. So the guy that doesn't believe in fortresses has to go for one. Kind of ironic. Let's see. Are we okay with a draw, or does Fabi need to go all out? I think draw is a good result. Like, for example, even tomorrow there will be another classical game and everything can happen. So it is not like white has a huge advantage in this Fischer random. Like we've seen the position that they are playing today, I felt like black got very comfortable game in most of them. But that changed in the last couple of moves. I feel like white is pushing on all boards except on the Keimer game where Hikaru had a healthy advantage. So we're gonna check on those as well, but for now, Magnus and Fabi are playing pretty quick. In general, rook plus bishop is better than knight plus rook. Yes, but you're ignoring the nuances. It's a rook plus bad bishop, not rook plus good bishop. Pay attention to the nuances, guys. If let's say you're passionate about chess and you study a lot and you feel like you understand the game, but you're playing it worse than you should, it's probably because you're missing some little nuances that you need to pay attention to. Like in this position, bad bishop because pawns are on the same color as the bishop. Magnus has to stay and just set up a defense. It's not a position where these pieces can ever attack. They have no targets. They want to attack, but what do you attack? The pawn on d3? Can always do king e3. The plan for Fabi would be to squeeze. Play g4, g5, h4, knight e5, and somehow dream to put black in a zugzwang. Oh no, there are some issues. Some issues with the camera. Okay, guys, let me show you one pretty nice little detail about positional chess until the camera is back, related to the nuances. So let's say we take a position like this. Okay, let's just put some Yo Mama London. Okay, and let's go over it like this. Let's say black gives double pawns. Say knight b4, knight e2, castle c3, takes, and knight e4, takes. Bishop d7, rook e1, just to make some moves. Okay, let's play instead of h6. Let's do a5, knight e5, and then b6. So if we look at this position and try to apply the rule that was just mentioned, bishop in a vacuum is more valuable than a knight. But trading would be a bad move because this is a bad bishop. So normal knight is better than a bad bishop. However, if black plays, okay, so here we just do pass the turn like rook d1 or g4, whatever move, we would do anything but to trade. But in case of f6, what do? We can take, but we know normal knight is better than a bad bishop. So maybe keep, just because normal knight is better than bad bishop. But this fails to acknowledge the fact that after f6, this creates a dramatic change in the position in terms of how vulnerable the pawn on e6 becomes. So after f6, this move is best because, okay, you are taking the bad bishop, but it's the bad bishop that defends the backward pawn. So it makes it a much more valuable bishop than a bad bishop that's just restricted. Now, this is a bad bishop that defends the main weakness. So this is best move, and now you just switch your pieces to the target. So understanding little nuances like this really make the difference from just being aware of the fact that, okay, I mean, bishop is better than knight. So what do you do with that? So if you go back to the other position in Magnus' game, yeah, sadly, looks like their camera is just off. Some cameras of the players are off. Can I get to fix that somehow? How do you determine a bad bishop? It's a bishop that has its own pawns placed on the same color, like in the Magnus game. This is a bad bishop because you have pawns on the light squares. This would have been a good bishop if it was placed on the dark squares. Okay, Fabi is doing well. It's just that we don't see them anymore. So unfortunate. Wow, such a disaster. I'll try to refresh this somehow. Okay, they're back. Nice. Is this Alex Banzea? Yes, he is, or I think. I don't know. What do you think? They've stolen Alex Banzea and forced him to wear a merch hoodie. By the way, guys, look at these hoodies that I'm wearing. Look at what I'm rocking. You can get one yourself at C-Squared merch shop. And I gotta be honest, I bought this myself just to test if it works well. I got a nice delivery. I got a hoodie and I got one of my favorite t-shirts. I have a t-shirt with Fabi's cat. So, a lot of good stuff on C-Squared merch if you haven't checked it out already. Is this grindable or a dead draw? Hard to say. Probably closer to a dead draw than to grindable. Because I'm struggling to see how do you win as white if black just keeps moving back and forth rook c7, rook a7. But it's a draw from the nicer side for Fabi. Why knight d4 instead of knight e5? Problem with knight e5 is that whenever you put the knight on that square, black will have option to kick you out with a pawn sooner or later. So not immediately, I know you have tricks, But knight e5, king e7, f6, I can play anytime. Also not so clear what's the knight doing on e5. But 95 computer liked it, so maybe missed chance, although I don't think anything real. Okay, let's try to come up with a plan for Fabi. Instead of just guessing, let's try to make some moves. So, how about we take space? Let's say put the pawn to g5, put this knight on f3, try to bring the king somehow. Okay, you can just put the king wherever you want. There will be, let's say, rook a2, knight d4, check. Yeah, like, where are we going? We're going a bit crazy here. Probably not worth it. If you push e4, I'm afraid too solid. Yeah, I mean, what am I doing? I'm just trying to lose this position. Personally, I don't know how to put pressure here. We'll have to trust Fabi on this one and just wait. Sorry guys that I cannot bring more useful commentary. But king e3, Magnus will just wait. Maybe you gotta set up the f5 pawn break somehow. Maybe that's maybe that would be the only chance. g4. Problem with f5 is that it always allows this e5 move, so you gotta be somewhat careful before you do it. Like maybe going knight f3 and then e5. I mean f5. Takes. Tough to play it as a pawn sacrifice. Now the real question is, should we stick with this game or have a look on the other ones as well? Seems like Fabi has no plan towards a win. Yes, and this happens because all the pawns are on same side. Give a pair of pawns onto the queen side, like let's say pawn on a2 and a7. That would be something to work with. The problem is that we cannot create really the second weakness. We might be able to create one weak pawn at some point, but only a single weakness is generally not going to be enough. So let's say you make all your dream moves on the king side, somehow magically you get a weak pawn, might that actually still not be enough. Okay, let's go to Hikaru, my friend Hikaru. What is Hikaru doing? He's not my friend. He probably doesn't know I exist, but I'm gonna call him my friend Hikaru. b6. Bishop d4. Good move to take. Good move to trade bishop. Okay, guys, so see what I was explaining earlier. This is black's only good bishop. Notice how black is having pawns on the light squares, meaning that this can be a bad bishop. This is certainly a good bishop. while in the same time, white has pawns on the dark squares and bishop on the dark squares. So this can feel like a bad bishop. I mean, it's not restricted now, I get it. But the point is, Vincent goes bishop b6, just like in the example I showed you. You want to exchange the bishop that's protecting the backward pawn. Key strategic idea. Hikaru has to trade, not much else to do, and rook f8. A move that's difficult to play, since the rook feels well positioned attacking the weakness, but a move that the computer likes, with ideas of probably playing pawn to f5, cutting out the queen for good. The queen will have a hard time entering the game. How low rated a player has to be to lose this against you? You mean the Magnus endgame? It depends if it's blitz or classical, because if it's classical and the player has time, I think 1800s perhaps can hold that. It's just pawns on the same side. You need to like not blunder your bishop or something. But if it's blitz, quite difficult to hold still. Oh, we have moves, by the way, in Hikaru. I was just falling asleep. We have rook e1, queen c7, rook d1, bishop e8. Ah, so he didn't play f5 all of a sudden. It looked like Vincent was preparing f5, but he changed his mind. Why not f5? f5 looked good, but queen c7 is also nice. Are we getting the cameras for Fabi? Yes. Okay, let's go back. Now we have cameras. Let's go back to our interesting endgame. So Fabi played indeed g5, h4. And by the way, guys, I'll give you an interesting experiment if you are getting bored on the stream. I mean, I don't know how that can happen with such an entertaining commentator, but still, if you are getting bored on stream, you can go ahead on chess.com, go click share, and then copy the FEN code, and you can go ahead input it into Lichess. So I'm actually going to show you how to do that. Let me go on screen. So if you're on chess.com, you can just go here to copy the FEN, and you can go play with the computer, put it on highest difficulty, put yourself with the black pieces. Never mind, it has to be play with the computer, and you have to select the variant from position. You paste the code that we copied, this one, and now you can also give yourself time control. So I'm telling you, like, if you put yourself on the black side, you play a game against Stockfish. I promise, out of 10 games, you will probably easily lose like 6-7 of them. So this endgame is not to be laughed at. There is still potential, but I recommend you do this exercise if you want to navigate thematic positions for your opening or anything like that. If you feel like, okay, the game is equal, but how can I get a plan or create chances? Just play against Stockfish. You already lose with bishop d7, I'm pretty sure. Rook g8, and I already lost the game. So the phenomenon that happens while you look at games like this one of Magnus, we all have engine here in the right side. we think, oh, it's so easy, I would defend this in my sleep. Until you play it against a bit stockfish yourself, you realize you get hit in the face immediately. So, there you go. Free tip. Because you guys are nice chatters. I gave you a nice little training idea. You can do it now. Tell me in the chat how many times you lose that position. I think it's pretty dangerous. Not for Magnus, I mean. But for us, there are still some tricks. G5, H4 is a little bit weakening, but not really, because something is weak only if you can attack it. So if you go ahead and win that pawn, that's probably gonna give me time to penetrate on the 7th. I might also have enough time to protect the pawn and then bring my king, enter the dark squares. And the problem is that I will be able to pin your bishop. So not really that this line is gonna happen, but just to give you guys a bit of an idea of why isn't Magnus desperately trying to win that pawn. So let's say I play knight f3, you just do rook a1, king d4, rook a2. Say I play e3 and you just do weird things with your rook. Okay, this I just lost. Let's say knight e5 and then this happens. Now, the problem is whenever you're doing it, you will have this issue. So I have rook b8 and I'm gonna win your piece. And it's such a funny pawn structure that you also get mated. Knight f8 and then there should be some mating net. So did Magnus get a perm? Wait, what? What is a perm? What does a perm mean? What is Christian referring to? Yes. So yes, you can try. It's like a normal instinct to have, right? Like you want to go after the pawns, but you're gonna lose the bishop slowly. So you can never really try to play this for a win. You just have to wait as black. Okay, knight b3 by Fabi. So trying to do some progress. Knight b3 going to c5. Sadly, we lost the cameras. So we're gonna have to... Okay, not anymore. I was about to say we're gonna have to hang out with my friend Hikaru, but... we can hang out with my friend Magnus. For now. Fabi left, but we still have Magnus. Knight b3 going to c5. Maybe. Okay, it's actually interesting discussion. Maybe there are some chances in this endgame if you're exchanging rooks. So let me open the computer. Put king d4, rook a7, knight c5. I think this is what Fabi can try. Of course, it's not realistic. But this endgame, at least, you can try to push. You don't have a pawn break. I don't think Fabi is going for the rook trade. That would be a bit too much. I lost with checkmate. Wait, are you guys trying the experiment that I suggested? Oh, I'm telling you, Stockfish will get a massive score. It's actually quite an achievement if you manage to defend once. that position. Stockfish is quite ruthless and will try tricks. And I see we're getting peak viewership. Over 100 people watching this. Everybody, thank you for hanging out. We are witnessing two of the greatest players to ever be on this planet at work. What a treat. Fabi against Magnus. So far playing one of the most accurate games in the history of freestyle chess. Both players are around 98% accuracy. I don't know what is the most accurate game, but this is certainly one of them. I like how Magnus' last several moves are basically Rook going back and forth and it's still equal. Yes, it is because any other move, if you try to play f6 or go aggressive, you're just loosening. So you're in a position where you don't have something useful to do. But in the same time, you know, such situations, you don't have anything useful to do. It happens when you're completely lost as well. So it's not like you reach this position, you can just wait and be okay. The advantage is that also there are pawns on the same side and Fabi doesn't have a clear pawn break. I mean, if he goes for e4, that would just lead to more pawns getting swapped. So it's very rare that in chess you can get away with doing such things. But if you feel like your opponent doesn't have a threat and you don't see a way to improve your position, starting moving your king back and forth like king h1, king g1 can probably be a better move than doing something stupid trying to activate. So there is something instructive in that, but don't overdo it. This is a typical endgame for a French defense. If Magnus played this with white, do I think he would win? The problem is there is not much creativity that you can use. So I don't think it really matters whether Fabi or Magnus plays this. I think the endgame is quite straightforward. But maybe he did some magic winning Rook Knight versus Rook against Vidit, so who knows? Okay, guys, I think now that we have more of you tuning in, let me give you a quick overview of what happened on the other boards as well. Because it looks like the game is slowing down, although Fabi just went for an aggressive knight move. This is going to be an interesting moment. If Magnus plays Rook c7, he's in trouble. Bear with me, this is serious trouble if Magnus plays Rook c7. Magnus needs to go Rook b1 or Rook b2. If Magnus doesn't go aggressive Rook, he's in big trouble. I mean, he's surely going to find it, but I would have played passive move, and after king d4, Fabi would have crushed my face. So rook c7, big alert. Has to go probably rook b1 or b2, b5 as well, fine. White trouble, you're entering something called zugzwang. You're starting to run out of moves. If you move the bishop, I can win the g-pawn. If you move the rook, I can give a check. You're still very passive. What do you do? Rook c8? Now he can suddenly start making some progress. King about to join d6, knight coming to c7. Perhaps arguably still defendable, but entering danger zone. So these are the moves Magnus needs to play. Fabi is thinking what to eat tonight. Nicolas, this is exactly the kind of comment that would make Fabi really tilted. Remember, you have to try to get to the core of the position while commenting on streams. He doesn't like comments like this that oh, is Magnus going to flag? I find that pretty funny, but he's right. No, I'm not saying for Magnus to target the h4 pawn. That would be against what I just showed you a second ago. It's just the point to have more squares available for the rook, because after rook c7, king d4, your rook has only one square. Your rook is almost trapped, the bishop has no moves. So your position starts to feel cramped. Bishop has genuinely no moves, because if you do, I win a pawn. And that's it, rook has one move. The king has no moves, because you lose the bishop. So rook b1, Magnus finds, of course. He's not gonna get his rook trapped. But I don't think he's going for rook h4. Like, we might see check. Okay, check, he has to play king d6, very accurate. Because if he goes back, then he's in big trouble. Yeah, I have a feeling we are somehow underestimating White's advantage a little bit. Or at least I am looking at the eval bar and I see black is easily holding with any move. But for instance, against check, you have only one move that's keeping equality. King f8, it's like you're almost lost. You can go for the pawns like we discussed, but well, congratulations, you're gonna lose the bishop. Okay, I can even start king d6. And now you lose the bishop. You cannot play f6 because I win the rook. So, trouble is in the air. I don't know, maybe Fabi just has to play rook a7 check. And if Magnus goes king d6, there is not gonna be a lot to try. Okay guys, is this a good moment for me to take a short break? it might be an appropriate time. I think I'm gonna go for like a 5-minute break, and I'm gonna let you with Fabi and Magnus. Oh no, I forgot to update the board. Such a rookie mistake. Sorry for that, guys. That was a big blunder on your streamer's end. Oh my. Yes, so as we predicted, Fabi tried this check. It's just that the guy he's playing makes no mistakes. So Magnus found the only move to pretty much equalize in this endgame. Now this is just equal. Magnus can take the pawn, but there is always perpetual or the rook is trapped. No, it doesn't take a while for the board to update. I just didn't refresh it. Now, here we are. Just gonna be having a draw in Magnus Fabi. So, probably moving on to the other games. So, let me check. Hikaru against Vincent, knight h1. So if we go back to Vincent, this is their position. Pretty accurate game, this one as well so far. We've left it after bishop e8, and now knight h1 was found. Wow, knight h1. Please, knight h1. Wow, knight h1. Prepping knight g3, knight f5. Not afraid of knight f4 because of queen h7, of course. Don't forget about the bishop on c2. Okay, if we go back a little... 5th to 8th place. Wow, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Damn, look at this chain. Look at this monster chain. Nepo building the Grand Wall of China. Look at this. 3 brilliant moves in a row. What? We have to watch this. So we left the game here. B takes a5, bishop c2. And from this point, rook b6. What a move. Brilliant exchange sack. Bishop c3. Brilliant move for the same idea. And Arjun refusing to take it. Has to take it now because what else? The pawn is pushing. The bishop goes to e2. Pawn is pushed to a6. Probably was a good idea to take. Yes, you're giving me a passed pawn, but at least you're not allowing it to reach the 7th rank while being protected. Wow. That's a wild game. Okay, this might seem like not a big deal at first. But check this out, guys. Check this out variation. I calculated it myself. I'm so proud. So, if you're going for e takes on d4, queen d4, and then you trade everything, I think the play is to go hg. Because after queen e3, rook e3, bishop a6 is on the agenda, but there is rook e7. So maybe I can just ignore and play this move. I let you take, I take, there is this frat, rook e8, I mean, must be winning. Must be winning, except it's not. What? So instead, the computer prefers my initial reflex, bishop a6. Okay, the analysis is getting a bit strange, but apparently just best to play bishop takes. Bishop takes, and if you're doing nothing, plan is to trade rooks, which is unexpected. Then you put bishop on e2, bishop on d3, maybe break with e4. This seems to be the plan. So idea is to, I think, play e4 and then take it like this. Also take with the queen. Can I take with the queen? Oh no, if I take with the queen, I lose my house. I have to take with the bishop and look for the tactic. My idea was to take. Even on rook c8, you think, oh, I'm defending. No, you're not. Takes allows promotion. B takes allows b7 and promotion. Nepo looks to be playing a great game after getting eliminated yesterday by Vincent. A really great exchange sacrifice. Why didn't you guys tell me in the chat that a brilliant game is being played? Nobody said a single word. Everybody is having all the fun, but you invite your dear streamer only when the party is over. Come on, guys, this is not acceptable behavior. I thought we were friends. Anyways, looking at Maxim, we have Maxim against Nodirberg. I have to say the camera angle on this one is pretty wild. Keeps changing. I have to readjust the clocks. And we left the game after rook c1, where by playing a simple move, Nodirberg could have gotten a healthy advantage, except he refused to play that move, and then the game got pretty messy. Okay, let's see what Richie is doing. Have Richie Rapport with the white pieces facing the Indian prodigy Pragnananda Ramesh Baby. Let's see. We left things around here. Knight d4 was found, but after e d5, knight e7, these are all best moves. How are these players so smart? They find only best moves. Quite impressive. Yes, this looks to be liquidating into an opposite colored bishop endgame. Despite this somewhat worse black pawn structure, the game should be a draw. Okay. This game seems to be quite even. Alright, then maybe perhaps the most complicated affairs are the ones between Jan Nepomniachtchi with the exchange sacrifice and Vincent against Hikaru. Oh, the Hikaru game is about to spice up. Knight f7. What is happening? Check this out. Apparently black is slightly better. Hikaru played this knight h1, and after f5, he went for pawn to g4. Not willing to play a waiting game, but Vincent is better. Knight f7. Vincent has a long-term target on e3. Looks like the dark square bishop is bad, but that bishop can always activate with c5, bishop c6. So it's not really a bad bishop. Also c5, bishop e5 if necessary. Oh no, the clocks have been moved. Yeah. Do we have any news in Fabi's game? Let's have a look. Fabi against Magnus. What is going on with this camera angle? Fabi against Magnus. Down a pawn, but easy draw. The clocks have gone wild. They were perfectly positioned, but now not anymore. Okay, this game is just gonna end pretty quickly, so no need to watch, I think. Therefore, this is where it's a good place to hang out. Vincent against Hikaru. A win for Vincent would give him a great chance to make it out of this semi-final. If Vincent manages to win this match, he will be facing the winner between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. What a final would that be? But so does Hikaru. He's also interested to that spot. I don't know who am I rooting for. Are we rooting for the youngster or for the content creator? We're content creators ourselves. I think kind of by default we have to root for Hiki. No. That's what I would think. At least Hikaru is playing quick, but not so great. Black's advantage keeps increasing. Vincent is almost close to winning, according to Stockfish evaluation. As a Fabi fan, Vincent has been very impressive recently. Yes, the thing is, you don't even know with Vincent. I know at some point he was considering going to college. I don't know if he is going to college or he is pursuing a professional career as a full-time chess player. That's the case with a lot of talented German juniors that make it to 2600, 2650. They just quit and pursue a normal career. I don't know what is Vincent currently doing, but whatever it is, seems to be working out well. Fabi push pawn? Wait, what happened? Why are you giving me a scare? Fabi's game is a draw no matter what. Guys, relax. Fabi knows what he's doing. As long as Fabi doesn't go gf6, although even that can be a draw, this is an easy draw. Guys, relax. Fabi is down a pawn, but it's a double pawn. 200 grand, no college. Yes, but that's the thing. You never know if you're gonna win. This 200 grand may easily be your last money won as a chess player. Because if you're not winning tournaments, then you're not even covering your expenses. And you're not gonna play only invitationals when you're 27-20. I don't know if he's like 27-20. I don't know his rating, but referring more in general to juniors, not him specifically. Also, it's not like 200 grand you're set for life in Germany. Germany is a pretty expensive country. I don't know what are the prices right now, but last time I went to Austria, like 5-6 years ago, you had to pay 20 euros for a schnitzel. So you guys can do the math. I don't know how many schnitzel you can buy with 200 grand. Probably not enough for a lifetime. Yes, bishop is not so bad, but the problem is Magnus doesn't have a pawn break, so the knight will never get dominated. You just have to not allow a trade. So just put king on e3, and whenever the trade happens, these pawns are not gonna be able to create a passer. And d5, you will never really get. Bishop c2, I put knight e1, knight b4. Yeah, I can just even take, apparently. The computer just wants to take and play knight f3. That's a little risky for me, but we'll see. I don't think Fabi is too concerned about this. Okay, let's go back to Hikaru. Vincent missed a great opportunity to make his knights passive for a while. And after queen e6, knight d4 happens with a tempo. What was he thinking? Is he just so sure that the queen belongs to f6 that he allowed the knight tempo move? Computer doesn't like queen e6. Is this a repetition? Vincent doesn't have a lot of time on the clock. There's no way Hikaru goes back. I'm telling you guys, Hikaru is not gonna repeat. He knows Vincent doesn't want to repeat, so he's not gonna be the first one to repeat. That would be a psychological mistake. Let me give you a view of Vincent. I forgot to give you these closer shots. Hikaru knows he can repeat, but he's not gonna repeat. I know. That much I know. You see, guys, what a cinematic experience the C-Squared podcast is providing. You have close Hikaru angle. Now you have Vincent. Now you have both. Ah, so nice. So many nice cameras. Nobody in confessional. And at least the gimbal camera is starting to move around. maybe we can capture some interesting footage on the gimbal. We've got some developments in Jan's game. We left it off a few moves ago. And after knight e4, Arjun played rook to f8. So he did not capture the bishop as I was predicting. Jan went for the trade, kept his bishop, great move, and the position is completely winning according to the computer, but I don't see a clear breakthrough. However, Jan seems very confident. The way he sacrificed that exchange. He just feels that the breakthrough sacrifice is about to happen and the pawns are just too close to promotion not to matter. In the meantime, some developments in the Vincent game. As I predicted, Hikaru played Queen G2. He did not go for the repetition. Hikaru stands up confidently, avoiding the repetition. That's a power move right there. Vincent maybe asking himself, why did I allow that knight on d4? I could have avoided it this whole time. The German prodigy still keeps a slightly better position with many moves. But Hikaru is tricky. Hikaru is tricky, but he's not at the board. How are Magnus and Fabi doing in that endgame? Let's have a look. Okay, this is getting pretty frisky. Although, understandably, Fabi needs to play one of those two moves to not lose the game. But it is definitely getting a little bit dangerous. If Fabi plays knight e4, that would be a losing mistake because king d5 is a double attack. And after the critical move, you're doomed. Fabi will surely not blunder that. This is getting pretty sketchy. E d4, king d4. He will let Magnus pick up g5. He's not down a pawn, he's down 2 pawns. But unless you can trap my knight, there's not gonna be a way to get rid of the king from g3. So this should be a comfortable draw, although Magnus will keep trying. This was unnecessary to allow for Fabi, I have to say. He will be very annoyed having to defend his position after being in the driver's seat for so long. Time is getting pretty low. If Magnus had a dark square bishop, would that matter? I don't think it matters. It's not about the color of the bishop. Because if you have a dark square bishop, I'm gonna hide on a light square. So we can do the same, right? Like, say you have dark square bishop in this position, right? The thing is, okay, you're gonna give me check, I will stay on light square. And then you have same problem, you cannot kick me out. This should be a draw, but Magnus will try to catch his knight, which will be quite annoying to deal with without a lot of time on the clock. In the meantime, Vincent decides to take some concrete actions and pushes c5. Hikaru has to go knight takes on f5, otherwise he's worse. Knight takes on f5. Best move. Now, important not to take with the knight. Taking with the knight would leave the pawn on d5 hanging. Although, interesting. Point is, bishop c6 allows rook takes on d8, winning a piece. But knight to h4 Gives black very interesting compensation. Let's see what Vincent will play. Bishop c6 is a nice intermediate move, preparing knight takes on f5 without losing d5. Bishop c6, knight g4 can be tried, threatening to check or to play f6, so king h8 is mandatory. But after knight e5, attacking the bishop, still knight takes on f5, allowing a trade. If bishop f5, rook takes on f5, e4 looks tricky. E4 looks tricky, but rook takes on f4. This is fine. This is very much fine. How is Fabi doing? I have to say I'm pretty nervous with the Fabi game. I wanna keep a close eye on that. We are about to reach that position where Magnus will be collecting the g5 pawn. He's gonna have 2 extra pawns, but the pawns are doubled. This is getting dangerous. Only 10 minutes left. He will be having... he will have to defend with roughly 5 minutes on the clock. That's no easy task. Especially not against a technical guy like Magnus. Magnus will ask all the unpleasant questions. Can you play knight c5 in this position? The problem is king d5. I have a feeling wins the pawn. Yes, king d5, zugzwang. You have to just accept your suffering. King f3. Very sad, but what to do? Play this position. I mean, Stockfish is completely unbothered. This is apparently very easy, just a draw. But okay, some more action in the Vincent game. Vincent is getting short on time. Just made the move and looked very nervous. What is up with Vincent? He played king h8. That was the best move. Let's see Hikaru's reaction. Alex uploading while streaming. Yes, I had a video scheduled for today. Indeed. Thanks for noticing. Shout out Alex Panzea. Vincent down to 5 minutes, but still has a great position. Hikaru needs to play king h2, making room for rook g1 ideas. Knight g4. Possible move. Less threatening now when the king is no longer under the pin. But still, complicated position. Predicting. What am I predicting? Bishop c6 from Vincent. Bishop c6 was a nice move, threatening to take while protecting the pawn. But I'm not sure anymore. If you go bishop c6 right now, then knight e5 comes with a tempo. Keep the bishop, queen g5. Hikaru's getting closer. Give him time to go king h2, rook g1, then that would be a winning attack. Try to defend and allow smothered mate. Vincent can no longer play the natural bishop c6. He has to find bishop d7 instead, threatening to take it this way. Almost less than 3 minutes on the clock. Hikaru doing a great job to complicate things, and he just keeps casually walking. We can see Vincent making his move. Let's watch Hikaru's reaction. Bishop d7 was the best move according to the computer. Now Hikaru needs to find knight e5. Knight e5 or pawn to e4 are the moves that keep the position complicated. If Hikaru goes f6, he's gonna be significantly worse after pawn takes. These are the options. Let's see what is gonna be his choice. And I think we might have a decisive result. Let's go back to Jan Nepomniachtchi, who seems to have just won his game against Arjun. We don't get to see much of that. We have to jump back to the Magnus game. They are reaching the same endgame that we've been discussing for a while. Easy draw, according to Stockfish. Good luck holding it against Magnus. This is what Fabi has to do for the rest of this evening. So the only thing that you need to avoid pretty much is allowing black to trade bishop for knight. Then the king and pawn endgames would be lost, thanks to the extra tempo provided by the second pawn. Other than that, you should be pretty safe as black has no way to force the king away. Knight g4. Is it an easy draw? I'm not the biggest endgame expert out there. I don't consider myself a terrible endgame player either, but it does feel like an easy draw more than a difficult draw. In many positions now, for instance on king e3, you even have the option of playing knight g4. Because if the bishop trade, then white gets to win the pawns by force. So, not exactly sure what Magnus will try. This is an interesting discussion though, like I see somebody mentioned in the chat the course that I've presented, the endgame course by Silman. Okay, they're just going for the draw. I mean, it was on the easy draw side. Players will agree to a draw, so let's go to the gimbal. Good game, Fabi. Magnus didn't play bad either. Both players. 98% accuracy. Okay, guys, we have to leave the gimbal because there is big action in the game between MVL and Nodirberg. Players are about to enter a time scramble, and Abdusatorov appears to be winning. He was always on the nicer side after that thematic English opening sacrifice. You can see from the body language, Nodirberg feels in the zone. MVL under pressure, trying to complicate the matters. Hey, thank you for the follow. Josh waved. You just remembered me that we have a Twitch stream. Let me check how many viewers we have on Twitch. Apologize if I missed anything in the Twitch chat. Oh, we have 9 viewers on Twitch. Nice. Big moment for Nodirberg. Bishop g6, the only winning move on the board. Idea to take the knight, play queen f6, infiltrate, and try to hurt MVL. Is that the idea? No, he wants to take and then play queen g6, win the rook. That's even more annoying. Big fight. MVL under pressure. MVL still trying to find a defense, but nothing seems to hold. Queen b6 may be the best chance, pinning the rook. Huge development in Hikaru game. I don't know which one should I be keeping with. The Hikaru game is also getting crazy. Let's go to Hikaru. Let's go to Hikaru because Vincent... Did anyone just blunder? What is happening? Both players are entering a time scramble. Hikaru played f6. This is about to be a mess. Do we have the gimbal camera? Let's stick with this scene. Big nerves in the middle. Vincent staying composed. I have to say, all the games have been really accurate. The guys have played majestic chess today. I don't remember when is the last time I've heard someone say majestic chess. But there you have it. Majestic commentary as well. Vincent has to find GF, Queen e4, and then called as a cucumber, the Rook f7 move. I don't know if he will find that. Slowing down. Just saying nothing will happen. I can take my time and defend. This will be a real test for Vincent. Both players are under 3 minutes. No increment after move 40. Very important. They will have to finish the game with this time. Knight to g6, second best computer move. Bishop takes on e4, fake blunder. What? That was not a blunder. It was just a glitch from the chess.com engine. Bishop takes g4, great move, about to win the pawn on f4. No, that was not a blunder, relax. That was just a glitch. To trade queens or not to trade queens? That is the question. I think he will trade queens. Looks like a very risky position. Hikaru might trade queens, being short on time. Hikaru taking a lot of time. Perhaps the only important decision of the game. He feels like after trading queens, just gonna be an easy draw. Vincent is somewhat relieved. I think this is a good result for Hikaru. It feels like he dodged the bullet. Vincent had a comfortable advantage with the black pieces. I think Hikaru is happy with a draw. Although he may not look like that, I think deep down he's happy with a draw. King h2. h6, good solid move, putting pawn on the dark square. There you have it. Draw on the Vincent Keimer board. In the meantime, Nodirberg won, which means that there is only one game into play. And that game is Richard Rapport trying to put some pressure on Pragnananda, except this one is about to liquidate as well. Prag can take the pawn on b2. I mean on g2. Allow knight takes d7. Pick up the pawn on a3. And that should be an easy draw. King c6, just fine as well. Any move holds. But King c6 is a funny and classy way to go for a repetition. In the meantime, remember that Nodirberg did win that game against MVL. And after 95, players are going to trade. And it looks like it will be the end of the round. So, gonna let you with the gimbal cam. And yeah, I think that's it for today, guys. It was a bit of a shorter round than usual.
Ah, yes, yeah, of course. See, so clear. I mean, you do this bishop. Something, yeah, bishop c4.
Bishop c4 would be safe.
Yeah, this one take the bishop b5.
Yeah, and then you play f4, I thought, which is important. Yeah, you don't allow knight e5, knight c4.
Ah, okay, for the instead of yes.
And then I'm kind of stuck, yeah, with this knight.
Yeah, but no, of course. I mean, I missed that you don't, bishop c4 me, just go back. And I couldn't kind of self-trap my knight. Yeah. And before I was thinking a lot of the c5 would be whatever. I was thinking d6, so yeah, maybe it was better.
d6, d6.
Yeah, rook c1.
Knight c7.
Yes, knight d4, e5, f4. Because I went rook c7, yes.
Yeah, I thought maybe king f7 is also.
Okay.
Rook c7, rook d8. Then I get rook d7.
Ah, yeah, that way. Yeah, possible. No, I thought if knight f5, and also I couldn't make it work. So yeah, I'm not so sure if it was a good plan. Maybe just knight d6 immediately. Yeah, that's what I wanted originally. I mean, because I cannot play before anymore. Because rook on d1. Like maybe knight d6, up with bishop on e8.
Then
you play knight something f4 maybe or something.
I was not sure. Knight f5 is there, knight g5.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, takes knight f4.
Yeah.
And then bishop to
okay, it's unpleasant for black.
e6. Yeah, and some before. Maybe that was better chance. But that, yeah. Just when I got some chances, yeah, because I think if you don't allow this, I mean, if you play bishop c5, a5, I think you're still fine.
Knight c4?
Yeah,
exactly. So knight b7?
Yeah, same, yeah. Can you go? Okay, it's already done. Yeah,
yeah, maybe g6 is not good.
Yeah, of course, I think you should just come.
I missed b4 completely.
Yeah, I thought so. No, actually, I was very upset because I thought maybe rook a3 is winning instead of a3. But you have f5 and I couldn't.
Yeah, I didn't see a mate there.
Yeah. I mean, just it will be very nice to be able to like play check f4 and a3, but somehow I'm not on time to play all of this here. Like if I play f4, you take on a2, or if you play f4 immediately, take on b4. Like you always take something. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you're right. I mean, this was good defense. Like king d5 idea. Of course, it was very stupid to go h7, but I just I mean, maybe it was also stupid. I don't know. Maybe afterwards I missed something. Because also like king f2 maybe after. But king c4, yeah? I mean, after king d5.
Yeah, maybe not rook b6, yeah? Maybe something else.
Yeah, rook b6 was kind of...
But okay, king c4,
you're
pushing, no?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not... it's super concrete, probably, yeah? Like, this what I was like, I can even get worse there if I... But probably not, yeah. Maybe king f2 was better. King c4, rook b6 then.
Yeah, c4, c5 was not good.
Yeah, c4, c5.
But c4, knight g6, you wanted queen b3, right?
Yeah, I wasn't sure actually.
But I mean, queen b3.
No one played queen b3, yeah.
No, we were looking at queen b3 and we thought it's a problem, but...
okay.
Maybe Magnus found something, yeah? No, Magnus and Magnus.
He plays c4, c6, yeah, I don't know.
No, c4, c6? I mean, we were discussing, but
okay.
I just didn't want to play that.
I see.
I wanted to play something different than others.
Yeah, it looks a bit unpleasant, right? I mean, okay, maybe, I don't know, maybe not so bad for you, but I'm not so sure if I was playing so precise with this b3, because I thought b5 doesn't work, like, because of what I played. But maybe just rook c1 or something was more to the point, yeah, just to maintain this.
Yeah, queen b6 was not good.
Yeah, queen b6 was a bit strange.
Unnecessary. No, I saw some trick, but it just doesn't work.
Yeah, you have some bishop b5 back, right? Some ideas like that.
No, 92, no, like takes. I wanted bishop g6, bishop g8, bishop e4, right?
But
my bishop gets trapped.
Yeah,
bishop b5, yeah.
Sure. No, I thought maybe it was you had some ideas to sacrifice the exchange, like after e4, bishop e5 maybe, or something like that.
Yeah, I was thinking about
it.
Queen
d2 and it's, knight d6, knight bishop f7, but I think it doesn't work. But I mean, rapid it's okay, but maybe classical. Or
no,
against
I thought
me.
I can go knight g6 instead of f6, but there is always this idea of bishop g6.
Yeah, I might sacrifice exchange maybe. I don't know. Although I missed after fg6, I forgot that you can actually castle next move.
Yeah. But okay, you can stop it, somehow like bishop g6 and but
yeah, super strange position. This match is brilliant here to play this.
entrance is free, so you have like the best view of Paris, but it's free.
All right, everybody. I think that was it for today's round. Thank you for watching and tuning in to the stream. Remember that tomorrow will be the last day for the semifinals. Same matchups. Fabi against Magnus and Vincent with Hikaru, except there will be colors reversed. So keep an eye on the chess.com schedule. You can just go to the tournament page and we will see you tomorrow at the same time. So thanks again, and I'll see you guys around the channel. Perhaps Christian will be doing a commentary tomorrow. I think that should be the end of my gig, but you can catch up with me on YouTube. Alex Banza, Jubava London, Karukan. That's where the chess juice is at. And yeah, now you know.